and we are going to get into it. I mean, we're really going to get into it today because I'm not in a good mood today. No. Were it so easy. Were it so easy. So here's the thing. 4th of July, the night of the 4th of July, some really, really bad shit happened. Okay? And I've been trying not to cover it because I felt like it would just be profiting off of the dead, and no. So here's the thing. I'm going to say a few words. I'm going to explain myself before I get too far into it. I'm going to explain my opinion and why, while I am furious with the world right now, my anger does fucking nothing. Okay. There's over 100 dead in Texas right now. Courtesy of some real shit weather, some really bad timing on account of that shit weather. And just all the way around, really bad situations surrounding it. Now, this Friday, assuming the fundraisers are still running, I'm going to find a legit fundraiser, and me and my wife are going to donate $20, $30 to it. Now, let me explain to you my position on the rest of it. And why I'm bothering to bring this up in the first place. I'm 315 pounds. Okay? That means that I am approximately 135 pounds overweight. Even if I had the capability to friggin' teleport there and be there instantly, there's a certain reality when you're at the weight that I am that you're just a liability. Okay? And I hate to say that because it makes me feel like shit. But it's the truth. Okay? My assistance does no good if I myself am needing assistance to do anything. It's backup for the backup. Okay? You can't do that. You're just weighing down the process. Okay? That's number one. Number two, that's number two anyway. Number three, I live in Maine. Okay? It would take me probably 2 days to get on a flight and get down there in the first place in order to have a seat to make it down there to begin with. Subsection B, and driving there, which will be subsection B, would take approximately 3 to 4 days. Well, 2 to 3 days if I really push the issue. And that's assuming the crap car that I have would even make the trip in the first place, which, no offense to my car, I have my doubts. So, about the only thing that I can do to affect any of this is for me and my wife to donate money to the families that lost everything. And encourage others to find a legit fundraiser And I have to emphasize, I can't believe I have to emphasize legit, but yeah. So we're going to cover a few news topics beyond that. Oh man, some of the funny shit you find on Twitter. My first topic of interest is going to be this. At some point in the last few days, these 11 brain donors from the far left decided to attack an ICE agent by ambushing them using graffiti and other means. I sure hope that the Texas AG ain't gonna put up with this shit. These people are not gonna see the light of day for a very long time. And they're already ugly ass mugs. Are gonna be even uglier when it comes time for them to get out. So, leading me to the next story. Again, on Twitter. Dan, my man, Bongino. And Donald J. Trump doubling down on keeping the streets safe. I agree. It's good. We like to see it. And you do get a heart. But I'm going to have to also agree with Brandon Herrera. Can we get an update on the real Epstein situation, not the BS unsigned fucking note that you just, memo that you just plastered on your website, please? Look, I understand the complete ramifications of releasing every name on that list. I do. You're talking about market collapse, failing trade agreements because certain people are on this list, and I understand that. It puts you under the friggin' barrel. In the worst possible way. I get it. You have a lot to weigh on your shoulders. Huh. So it does show the chat. Interesting. Well, let's reposition that box so it's a little less prominent, but I still want it to be visible. Okay. And one of those bots actually provided to be useful. See the chat box and what it looks like. Now, here is my issue with everything that's going on. I personally would like to see every last person on that list thrown into a wood chipper and the remains lit on fire and then fed to the fucking pigs. Alright, I'm not going to be shy about my opinion on that matter. Because it is just that, my opinion. Now, unlike some people, I do have the ability to zoom out of my own opinion a little bit. And I can tell you right now, even by even doing that, it's not good enough. We're not going to spend a whole lot of time on this topic. Because I could sit here and whine and complain about not getting the information that I want. I'm going to disagree with him on that one. Yeah, how long did it take? So, there it is. Huh. Now, I did vote with Epstein in mind, but it wasn't my top priority. My top priority is always and always will be the Second Amendment, all the amendments in the Constitution. You want to know what I vote based on? There it is. I vote based on my own interpretation of the United States Constitution and realizing it and making sure that it becomes realized as reality. That's okay. That I find your terms acceptable. That's how I vote. I don't vote based off of what makes people happy. I don't vote based off of party lines. I vote based off of what continues my personal agenda. So there it is. Like, that's the best you're gonna get from me. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. I understand making edgy jokes is in right now. Let me tell you where it's out. It's out when you have to make those jokes about kids being dead. That's where it's out. That's where you lost a whole lot of people, myself included. Actually. Probably. If you can't make yourself entertaining off of your own merits, Don't stand on dead kids because that doesn't look good. That looks terrible. And I know you probably don't care about how it looks. But just remember, the world may forget, but the internet won't. And if you have any aspirations to do anything bigger with your life, which, hey, you may not, that's your choice. You could probably flush them down the toilet now. I gotta adjust my lighting a little bit better. But I'm not going to sit here and morally grandstand on your bullshit. Instead, we're going to move off to showing the Pocket Grizzly. The fact that I was thinking about turning it into a channel logo. I don't know, the sunglasses kind of make it look pretty creepy, so I'll probably have to... Oh, frig it, I'll just have the AI do it. It's easier. Have the AI remove the glasses and turn it into something better. So we'll get into this weather here. Looks like the high is going to be 77 and humid. That's not what I wanted to hear today. There you go. Well, that's it. That's all you got for that. I'm not even going to bother with TikTok. That's a joke. The whole platform's a friggin' joke. Destiny 2 looks like Seraph Shield and... Well, I already got the Choir of One. From Zer. God help us. He'd have to fire himself too. No, literally, Donald Trump would have to resign too. So yes, you are mildly hearing Styx Hexenhammer in the background. I do enjoy watching him in the morning. He's kind of part of my morning routine.
I've routed you as straight a path to the launch platform as I could. I don't believe our enemies
Normally
are aware
I'd be
of
playing
what
this
we're
through a
attempting,
headset,
but you should still prepare for heavy resistance.
He's talking about something very important to myself. Oh, I tend to be slightly lactose intolerant. Definitely.
I've gained remote access to the launch facility's subsystems, but someone is already in here. House Salvation splicers are hacking the launch mainframe. You need to find a splicer and liberate the security scanner protocol from them. I won't be able to secure the launch without it.
Hey guys, how's it going? Have you seen my gun? It's red.
Ah, that's a scanner protocol you've picked up. It should automatically detect which consoles have been tampered with and highlight them. It'll also highlight other tampered devices, so keep an eye out. Now, get us access to those terminals and I'll have Anna perform a remote hack from here. System cleared. Launch codes accepted. Priming the pods for launch. Guardian, it's time. Get in.
I can't believe it. You're actually on Seraph Station. Feed looks good. Receiving you loud and clear.
You should be able to decompile your scanner protocol at that terminal by the door to gain access. You're on the far end of the station, so we have a lot of ground to cover. Let's get moving. Scanner protocol is offline. Keep an eye out for splicers who have new scanner protocol codes.
keeping them open, guys. Here's why I disagree with his take on firing Cash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Pam Bondi. It's not gonna matter. It's not about whose name is on Epstein's list. List meaning the group of people that he, had on his island. It's more about the perceived consequences of releasing that information. Let me put it to you this way. Not that Putin would, but let's say Vladimir Putin was on the list, okay? But we were currently in peace talks with Russia and trying to get shit squared away with them, so they stop invading other fucking countries and rattling their fucking nuclear sabers over stupid bullshit. Alright. Well, then let's say we came out with that fucking list and Vladimir Putin gets domed by someone in his own fucking country, which would be well warranted in that case. But then we end up having to deal with someone who's less willing to come to the table. Well, congratulations. Now you have an destabilized nuclear power with almost more missiles than the U.S., if not a few more. And their leadership just disappeared. Congratulations, you just fucked the planet. So, there's that. But I also kind of feel like unless you're on a tape or documented somehow as doing that, I think we have to be very careful about where we point the fingers. And that's where the hesitation about releasing that piece of information is you release the information and then the next thing you know we have lynch mobs all over the fucking country. That's another aspect to it too. It's a lack of faith in the nature of the people to do the right thing. Let the law handle it. And a constant desire to live up to, this is what they're afraid of. They're worried that people people with my mentality, they're going to armor up and arm up and go hunting, basically. And they're looking for the most dangerous game. Man. The problem with that mentality is that it's partially true. There would be more than a handful. And in my opinion, it'd be perfectly fucking justified, but at the same token, we can't really have that. Okay? This is one of those weird situations where no matter what you do, you'll never see justice in it. Like, at all. Because the second you have that list, the second you start listing those names, you're gonna have either a whole bunch of condemnation or just people pulling out of trade deals because of who's actually on that list. I mean, you gotta realize these are not... The people that Epstein trailed around with, they weren't just musicians and TV celebs. We're talking about world leaders and other very high-level people who have military strategic influence. And that's a problem. Okay, let me put it to you this way. We're currently trying to get Iran under control. Well, what if one of the Ayatollah is on that fucking list? What if one of their higher-ups is on that list? And we publish it, and then all hell breaks loose? Or worse yet, what if Bibi Netanyahu is on that list? What if the current head of the government of Egypt is on that list? What if half of, China's leading government officials are on that list? These are literally, like when we say Jeffrey Epstein, these are the people we're talking about. We're not talking about 50 Cent and Eminem here. We're not talking about just the governor of Texas or Missouri or New York or a former governor or a former president of the United States or even a sitting president of the United States. We're talking about the entirety of the pantheon of world leaders that could potentially be involved with this, as well as our biggest banking cartels on the planet. I mean, not to defame the guys, but we don't know who's on that list. It could be some of the heads at BlackRock and friggin' State Street and shit. Those are our big financial sectors. This is why I was against them being our financial sectors, or any one entity being that way. Because when something like this happens, then justice can't be met out, because there's too much financial power in one location. Again, not saying that they were, but saying that these are the level. This is the level of people that we're talking about here. You're not talking about the guy who works at your local McDonald's. You're not even talking about his manager or his manager's manager. If you're talking about anyone in that circle, you'd be talking about the CEO of fucking McDonald's would be the level that you're talking about here. Not saying that he did, because he probably didn't, to be honest. But I'm just trying to exemplify the fact that we are talking about, when it comes to financial power, people like me, we're in the mud and the blood. We're not even sitting in the barrel. Okay? People who work for a living at McDonald's or whatever, they're the wood of the barrel. And the guys sitting inside the barrel are the managers and shit. And the very top layer of the barrel, the alcohol that would get you fucking wasted, basically, off of a single sip, those guys are at the very fucking top with more money than God. Okay? That's the level we're talking about. The most famous personalities and the richest and most powerful. This is who Epstein associated with. So hearing people bitch about people like Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Pam Bondi needing to be fired because they're not releasing the Epstein names and they're saying there is no list of names or whatever. They're not covering their ass. They're trying to save our society the way that it is. Albeit I think it's probably a little misguided how they're going about it. I think that a simple trickle effect of some of the names that might not be as pertinent to modern society very slowly, and then when the other names start to become less relevant, releasing those names as well would be a better approach, but that's just my opinion. But you also have to remember that if they are... I don't even think they can seek charges against these people because of how long it's been. I'm not sure. But if they can, if we're talking about a situation where the federal government is pursuing through special action charges against the individuals on that list, they can't say the names in public anyway. But there again, I don't know if that's what they're looking at doing or not. So, and even if there is no singular list, there are videotapes. We don't need to see them. We just want the name of the suspects in question that were on the tapes. We don't want to see the tapes. We don't want to hear who the victim was. We just want to hear the names of who did it. At this point in time, it's all that people want. Now, there is another problem to this as well. Releasing the list removes a lot of leverage. You're talking about a shit ton of leverage. talking about leverage on chiefs of state and leaders of countries. Leverage. So. I would be interested to see who is on that list for sure. Or, well, who participated in such a list. There is also the reality and the very strong possibility that we were never going to see those names. Specifically because of what I just mentioned. I really don't want people to really get their hopes up too high when it comes to stuff like the Destint, because there's just the likelihood of it not being a thing. It's just too great. Like, you're probably never gonna see it. So. I'm only running this because it's the last day it's available. It didn't work and I didn't grab the information up top.
protocol should allow you to remotely access those red highlighted panels.
By shooting them with your gun. I'm not sure why they're designed like that, and at this point, I'm almost afraid to ask.
Okay, I gotta call a timeout. My guts feel like they're about to friggin' explode.
idea. Play along. You need to surrender to House Salvation. One of Aramis's captains has put an order to bring you in alive so that he can present you to her as a trophy. Make some noise to draw their attention. It'll help sell the bluff.
She's here? Of course. That must be how Xivu Urath plans on co-opting the Warsat network. The Hive can't do it on their own, so the Witness sends Aramis and her splicers in to assist.
Yeah, and it'd also help if I didn't have my mic muted too. So apparently I had to use the bathroom so bad I was about passing out in my chair, which isn't good. I would not put it past the odds of there being something medically potentially wrong with me.
I cannot believe they fell for that. Transmat access acquired. Weapons incoming. Neutralize the crew and get to the front of the catch.
Well, okay, so Braden, my man, I love your content, and I do highly recommend Langley Outdoors Academy. Go watch his stuff. Start back from the beginning. It's good content. It's good reference material for how the Second Amendment conversation has been. Maybe you don't have...
This is Langley Outdoors, the place where we not only talk about what.
It's really good for people who don't have, like, 3 hours a day to dedicate to one singular topic like that, because it can encapsulate a lot of things in less than like this. In fact, most of his videos are short and to the point. Mine tend to drag on quite a bit. And it's mostly just me rambling about bullshit. I was trying to make a run for my son's spot. It didn't work. It's fine. It happens.
You're going to need to jump carefully to get back down to the station.
So yeah, there were 11 cowards who decided to go after a federal law enforcement agents down in Texas, and those 11 cowards, well, they fucked around. Now it's time for them to find the fuck out.
There's a cargo bay up ahead. You can get back inside there.
Yeah, no, though. Don't ever expect the media, the news media, to cover any of this shit because, like, the only gun violence they will report on is something that benefits the narrative that they support. 100%. They will never report on it when it's a cop or a federal agent getting shot. And if they do, it's because they're being forced to. It's never because, it's just part of the job. 100%, yeah. They're partisan hacks, every last one of them. And before you think Fox News is immune from that, oh, no. They do the same shit. That was close. No, they literally do the same shit. We can't count on any of them being non-biased. At all. And it's not even in the other direction either. If you think that Fox News is somehow some conservative bastion that's against gun control, Fox News has been stabbing gun owners in the back for fucking decades, man. They're the furthest from pro-gun that you can be and still be considered conservative-leaning. So. Well, that just means we're just going to have to play this one like it's intended. Okay. Kept hearing church bells. it wasn't church bells, it was the music. Okay. I thought I was going insane. Well, not insane, but I thought... You know what? If you wear a cross around your neck, you know exactly what I thought. Heck, if you've even heard of the Revelations, you'll know what I thought.
I know that score. He's one of Aramis's lieutenants, but he died on Europa.
His name was Praxis, and you killed him. The witness has returned to us. He will not return all living things by the machine spawn's hand.
Yeah, okay. Tell myself that.
inbound.
Red border, sniper rifle, please. A shotgun. I already have all the shotguns I need. Thanks.
Virus uploading. We're done here. For now.
I've initiated a station-wide security reboot. It should disable orbital defenses and clear an exit.
About a half dozen house salvation catches inbound. Get to your ship and get out of here.
Been running that mission too damn much.
Checking now.
See, these would be good rolls if I didn't have, you know... if I didn't already have the craftable version of the gun. That's actually not that bad. I will store that. I had that on for a mission.
She said she wanted to express herself, so
That was the same that.
thumbs up.
That's osmosis.
Let's check. You must have messages.
Yeah.
Hi again.
There.
Ever-burst trades of goods we feel enhance a Guardian's journey.
So barter is warranted.
It's always the same fucking weapon. I am so sick of seeing that fucking thing. Although this roll isn't bad. It's not friggin' terrible, but I don't really like the weapon itself, and that's kind of the issue. I'm sick of getting garbage all the damn time. I can't wait for next week.
Checking. Done.
This doesn't look like too bad of a roll for an arc trace rifle.
Name Guardian.
I mean, I wish I had a buttload of those.
Name, Guardian?
Let me show you why. Because I have a ton of these. I have a ton of these. I even have a ton of these. I only need 2 of these. 2 more SMGs and I'll have plenty of those to go around too. So I'll also have plenty of no hesitations. It is literally just the weather. Yep, and it's going to restart the stream because there was a disruption. Yep. And now because of that, I have to go check everything. Yep. Make sure that YouTube is caught back up with everything. Oh yeah, this is just fucking fun. Okay, kick. It restarted kick. Great. Okay. Rumble is good. Gotta make sure YouTube is up and rolling still. YouTube is up and rolling. Okay. We're good. We're safe and sound. YouTube is up and rolling. Okay, we can close that one out. I'm going to drop this one off at my dashboard. And this isn't a problem. It's going to be one of them days, guys. Oh, while it's reloading, I'm going to go get some water. I got to hydrate. I want to check a thing this morning. Yep. Oh, I'll have to pull out the chair and fix that later. Okay. I'm going to pull up another character and check something. Oh, let's see here. I want to see a thing. Well, my question is, And you could tell because that would have the thing there. Alright. Actually, while I'm here, I'm gonna go let's see some pass real quick. We gotta bounce back a little bit and start grabbing stuff. I think that's only a couple items. There's 1, 2. I wish it let me grab a separate set of deep sight harmonizers, because that would multiply it by 3, and that would be a nice thing. And no, generally speaking, you don't want to worry about infusing stuff right now, because the next season, basically, infusions are going to be completely reworked. This is a very recent video done by Tim Pool. I'm going to give my 2 cents on the matter. You know, the 2 cents that no one asked for.
What your rights are. That's what I'm going to tell you about Morgan and Morgan. America's largest injury law firm.
Okay.
Absolute. The DOJ will claim later on. Anyway, they say President Trump's Justice Department and FBI concluded they know that means the government's experts raised by $2 million flagged up by figures in the plaintiffs who was murdered. The finding of daily access. Administration was releasing video with more enhanced versions. This is against no one that took the area of the head person where it himself. And he died in 2019. News reports of medical examiners finding that Epstein died from suicide. So this memo comes out, and we end up with all these crazy tweets. Everybody's pissed off, and one of the arguments that we were making is that the memo is fake. Indeed, it's not real. It was signed by nobody. Okay, well, I have the memo right here. Justice not done. Plainly see it. I'm gonna highlight this right now. See me? There we go. There's enter. There it is. I pressed enter. Here's the memo. The memo reads. Smart limited transparency and justice investigation and exhaustive review investigating the holdings related to Jeffrey Epstein. To ensure the review was thorough, the FBI conducted digital searches on databases, hard drives, and network drives, as well as physical searches of areas locked cabinets, desk closets, and other areas. Responsive material may have been stolen. These searches have covered up to 29 material gigabytes of data and physical evidence. Files within Epstein include a large volume of images of Epstein and images and video of victims, who are either minors or appear to be minors, and over 10,000 downloaded videos and images of illegal child sex abuse material that are not teams of agents, analysts, attorneys, and privacy, civil liberties, digital and documentary evidence, and providing as much information as possible to the public, simultaneously protecting victims. Much of the material is subject to court seal. The infraction of this material has been aired publicly at Epstein no trial, as the seal served to protect victims and did not expose any additional third parties to allegations of legal wrongdoing. Through this review, we have no basis as a disclosure of those materials will not permit the release of child pornography. Instead, review revealed no incriminating client list. There was also no credible evidence found in Epstein lies to individuals or organizations. We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. So the issue is, the videos they claim they can't show because of victims. And there are no attempts, it was over 10,000 videos, no parties that could in any way have criminal charges laid against them. That, I believe, is what most people find hard to believe. Now, there is a bit of there are many misconceptions going around. One, that people think it's fake, and also that it claims Epstein and Maxwell did nothing wrong. It quite literally says in the second paragraph, it's pretty bad. But the idea that there's no client list is an absurdity. You're not claiming that Epstein created a client list. The argument, at least as far as I can tell, is there is a list of clients, meaning there are names of individuals who flew to his island and engaged in these things with him. Those names would be written down and called a list of clients. Now, here's what I'm going to do, because we can certainly read more, but they say that they have footage They say the conclusion of that Epstein died by suicide is firmly supported by video footage from the common area of the special housing unit where Epstein was housed at the time of his death. As DOJ Inspector General explained in 2023, anyone entering or attempting to enter the tier where Epstein's cell was located with the SHU when captured by the footage. The FBI's independent review of this footage confirmed at the time Epstein was locked in a
Just
cell.
gonna prove the point that this is not gonna work.
Until around 6:30 a.m. the next morning.
And if it does work, then I need to hold a friend or two, because then I have to run it on the higher difficulty, which is kind of a pain in the ass.
Everything is in place. I've routed you as straight a path to the launch platform as I could. I don't believe our enemies are aware of what we're attempting, but you should still prepare for heavy resistance.
But hey, other people notice this very interesting little tidbit. Let's jump to. Jump and skip over one.
I've gained remote access to the launch facility's subsystems, but someone is already in here. House Salvation splicers are hacking the launch mainframe. You need to find a splicer and liberate the security scanner protocol from them. I won't be able to secure the launch without it.
Here's a guy going in. So, let me just say, they're not claiming Epstein did nothing wrong. They actually say that he did. But they're claiming it in compliance. No
That's a scanner protocol you picked up. It should automatically detect which consoles have been tampered with and highlight them. It'll also highlight other tampered devices, so keep an eye out. Now, get us access to those terminals and I'll have Anna perform a remote hack from here.
To satisfy people that are curious about what happened, regardless of what your opinion is, whether you think that Epstein killed a kid, was murdered, whatever, the information that's been released does nothing but make muddy the waters more and make people doubt the viability of an organization that ultimately has this problem of credibility. So I feel like this and just make things worse. Also, how many movies have you seen where
System cleared. Launch codes accepted. Priming the pods for launch.
it's the whole plot gone in 60 seconds?
Guardian, it's time. Get in.
With recovery efforts. The one thing I wanted to share with all of you
You're actually
today
on
is that
Syrup
long before
Station.
I had the
Feed looks
honor of
good.
serving as
Receiving
president
you
of
loud and
Homeland
clear.
Security Secretary,
You should be able to
I was-
decompile your scanner protocol at that terminal by the door to gain access. You're on the far end of the station, so we have a lot of ground to cover. Let's get moving.
A country cannot feed itself. We cannot provide for itself. But we have to be able to feed ourselves to make sure that no other country ever harms us. And I watched for decades as people from governments take over this country, and they install weapon concrete and trade deals. They come in and purchase our processing companies, stolen our genetics. In fact, I worked in this building off and on commissions and projects, and
good.
Some
Run.
that they can sell, and then that the markets that are beyond their control, that there will be a price there that will hold them cash flow, so they can go back and do it all over again the next year. If I were to and there's a dog in the rancher, I was telling God loves farmers. I mean, if you look at the Bible, look at Scripture, and you look over and over again, he talks about sowing and reaping and cattle on 1,000 hills and your barns to overflowing. And so I feel like there's a special blessing on farmers. And the fact that we have a president and that we have a Secretary of Agriculture that recognizes the importance of food policy and what it means to this country's security is so As the Secretary of Homeland Security, I have responsibilities when it comes to securing our homeland. But many of those responsibilities have to do with securing our critical infrastructure. We have the responsibility for 10 of our 16 critical infrastructures, which means our electrical grid, our water supply chain, how we protect and run this country, and what we do to make sure the people here are safe, but not just the people, the products that those people need out of this country. Our Western border protection units, the ones that all of our goods come into this country, their investigations, and how they inspect our ag products are critically important to make sure that we aren't facing any kind of risk for what kind of products we come into the country, and tourist acts like that, goods that other countries may wish to send to us that would run our food supply. We look at information, we have the system in place, the people in place, the experts in place, and the policies in place to make sure that this country always feeds itself, and that we always have and that we rely on no one else to feed the people of the United States of America, because it is a national security issue when a country cannot provide for itself. We will never let any other country control our food supply or control our people, because we will always be the great United States of America. Thank you.
Yeah, I was reminded when Christy was Governor Nome and we were at America First Policy, Christy, you and I did an event together on this very issue 3 years ago, and she, along with some of the other governors, really stepped up. So thank you, Secretary Nome. Next, a longtime friend and partner from the first Trump administration, and someone who's been leading on this for years and years. Please help me welcome White House Counselor Peter Navarro.
What a beautiful day to be out here. It's difficult, I think, for a lot of Americans to wrap their head around what we're talking about today. We're such a great and kind nation that has done so much for the rest of the world over so many decades, including fighting 2 world wars on behalf of the rest of the world. But this is so serious an issue. The Art of War book, Sun Tzu, centuries old, says that the acme of warfare is to win without firing a shot. You fast forward to a book that was written by 2 high-ranking military officials in China called Unrestricted Warfare. And you understand that we are indeed in a new world where kinetic warfare is not the first choice of our rivals anymore. Rather, it is things like sending us seeds, trying to steal our seeds, or trying to change the seeds. It is acquiring our supply chain in agriculture, setting up spy shops on land next to military bases. Remember when that balloon, it was just a weather station? We seem so naive about so much of this, when in fact you have nations and bad actors trying to do bad things using our supply chains now. But this world changed yet again on April 2nd when the Chinese embargoed critical minerals, not just on us but for the rest of the world. The Russians now embargo things like neon, helium, and uranium as a tool. So we must be clear-eyed about the threats. And I just have to congratulate Secretary Rollins for taking leadership on an issue which has been troublesome for years. And we have governors here, like Kristi Noem in South Dakota, just leadership on that. She was doing that before anybody was paying attention. We're going to hear from Governor Huckabee. Arkansas has led the way on this issue at the state level, even as the federal government has been silent about it at this point. The last thing is big things like Smithfield Foods. I don't know if you know this, but this one really troubled me when it happened. But the Chinese bought Smithfield Foods and basically control about an eighth of the world's pork supply now. And we worry, we've had food inflation. We worry when things happen that can be part of it. And the other thing and in a world ever-changing pests and things like that, and climate differences about where water is and things like that, seeds really can be what Secretary Rollins is doing today, it's in his order. She's putting down the bargain. The United States is no longer going to tolerate the tax on our agricultural system, not just the land, but the supply chain as well. She deserves more than a hand. She deserves a helping hand. That's why the other aspects of the government are behind this. So I appreciate being here on the announcement today, and I commend the leadership of the Pentagon. Thank you.
Assuming they're going to do what they say they're going to do.
Thank you, Peter. Again, no the key on these issues, so thank you. Next, also from the first Trump administration, now the governor of the great state of Arkansas, to another leader in this area. Please help me welcome Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Good morning. It is incredible to be here what it means, not just to love our country, but to be brave to do things that actually deserve protect us to pass on our country so great to the next generation. That's exactly what we see in the collaboration that we have behind. I'm so proud of the fact that Arkansas is the first state in the country to kick a Chinese off of our farmland and out of our state, and we made them pay for it very Trump-esque. Last couple of months, we passed new legislation just this year allowing us from now not only farmland in our state, but building or buying land around our military bases and infrastructure. It is something that has to happen. It's something that states within the community. But unfortunately, our states can't do it alone. That's why events like today matter so much. That's why leadership from matter so much. The fact that we now have a president who understands who our real enemies are and is willing to take them on is a big thing. It's not just in our country, but around the world. We talked a lot about today a country's ability to feed itself, but that's not the only place. That's not the only role that can play. The country has to be able to feed itself, fuel itself, and fight for itself to truly be free. And that's why what this group represents is every component that understands it and is willing to do everything within his power to make sure the United States continues to be that doesn't happen by accident. That happens because of leadership.
No.
excited.
You got that wrong, right?
Leadership
Left
that
and
we
mid.
now have in Washington that is going to take us to all of this. Having this group of people out of Secretary Hegseth leading the greatest military operation in the world, and nobody better suited to do so. He's tough, I'm sure he can take every early cabinet in our competition. But he's not the only tough one up here. There's no chance that China has going up against my friends Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem, and Brooke Rollins. They are not only the toughest women in Washington, they're some of the toughest people in all of America. And this group of people, under the leadership of President Trump, is not only going to protect our great country, but they're going to make sure that we have the ability to pass it on to the next generation behind us. I'm so grateful for their leadership. I'm so thankful I get to be part of an effort that is going to make sure that the freedom of our country is protected and preserved for every single American to enjoy. Thank you for letting us be here. Thank you for putting this amazing event and this great plan together to love our country. Thank you so much. Thank you, Governor Sanders. Also at the front of the battle, Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee. Please help me welcome him.
Thank you, Secretary Rollins. Let me just add my words of gratitude to President Trump and to his administration. It's an honor to stand here with these great leaders. I have served as the governor. Originally,
I need one more space and one more point on this friggin' gauntlet.
During
Sad
the
face.
years when President Trump was not in office, and governors like myself, and Governor Sanders, and Governor Dillon were working individually. Strict penalties for those foreign adversaries who take our property.
The operator
Craig in,
protocol should
huh?
allow you to remotely access those red highlighted panels by shooting them with your gun.
I'm not sure why they're designed like that, and at this point, I'm almost afraid to ask.
Previous Biden administration. She and I connected early on. My family is a multi-generational farming family. I understand that when I was farming in Tennessee, the issues that we're talking about today didn't exist. But for my grandchildren who live on our family farm in Tennessee today, we understand our farmland, it is our national security. It is our economic future. It is our children's heritage. And it is under threat. And leaders here recognize that. We take the state discussion that now Russia with governors across the states, making sure that America's future is preserved for the next generation.
Our first conversation, Governor Lee and mine, was not about how to save America. It was about our mutual love of Hereford cattle. So we are forever bonded. Listen, y'all, next, another great governor, great leader on this issue. Please help me welcome Governor Bill of Tennessee.
Everybody in the cabinet, Brooke, and her incredible leadership. This is
I'm not playing as a class that I'm used to using, so I need to readapt. And also,
I have simply sat and looked in my career over 40 years and saying, what on earth is going on with China? I believe this. I believe in family farm security. I believe in food security, and that equates to national security. It's fair share. I believe we need more than our fair share. So our first year in 23, we were able to pass legislation to all Chinese equipment off of all telecommunications across the state. That was the first step. Second
I should have picked my hunter. It just would have been a little faster.
My suggestion would be to leave. My suggestion would be to get a different job. Proud to announce that Syngenta has sold their business in Nebraska to a family-owned genetic in the United States.
I can't get away with any of my usual bullshit because my guns are too underpowered. Erg!
And the wisdom to never back down and stand up and protect. And then lastly, I'm really excited about understanding and work in terms of foreign animal disease, because that's another risk where
Borg!
these are issues that are really, really important.
Now, Senator Tommy Tuberville.
I always look for a day like that when I was coaching. I'd work the hell out of it. Think about it right now, though. Our farmers every day go out in this area. All of us in this country. They're very important. On the ag committee, on the services committee, I
We've
see
hit
it
a
all.
dead end.
Not a politician.
I can't
nothing.
bypass security, but
Been able to watch the
I think
devastation
I
of
have
the
an
farming
idea.
community in the last
Play
2
along.
years
You
under
need
the
to
Democrat
surrender
Social
to House
Security
Salvation.
Biden
One of Erica's captains has put an order to bring you in alive so that he can present you to her as a trophy. Make some noise to draw their attention. It'll help sell the bluff.
They wanted to put our farmers under.
Of course.
We lost 150,000
That must be how Zivu Urath
farmers and
plans on
25,000
co-opting the Warsat
farmers
network.
in the last few years.
The Hive
This
can't
is
do
just
it on
gonna
their
be
own, so the
glazing. I
Witness
don't
sends
care
Aramis
about
and
the
her splicers
glazing.
in to
We just
assist.
tried to help them with
That's all this
prices
is.
and the big beautiful bill we just
No.
passed, but they're-
Yeah, literally just glazing the fucking bill that they just passed. I hate to say it, but Eric Adams is literally the best bet for New York right now. That's not a good thing. playing as this class. I am not used to playing as a Warlock. I am a Titan main. Very much a Titan main. I think we're going to shift that off a little bit. Yeah. Crap. Well, here's the problem. That is literally as high as my resilience on this particular character is going to get. the ass.
Believe they fell for that. Transmat access acquired. Weapons incoming. Neutralize the crew and get to the front of the catch. You're going to need to jump carefully to get back down to the station.
Trust me, Rick Perry, we're all praying for the same miracle, my dude. 100-person death toll is a little bit too much. Which I think is probably the more important news to talk about, as much as I don't want to. Look, there's something that this whole thing has brought to light for me personally. I am not physically fit to save anyone. And I don't want to say this out loud, but I would become more of a liability in search and rescue. And to be honest, it's getting to me a little bit, yeah. And not in a good motivational way, but in the big sads kind of way. Not even so much that it's about me necessarily, but it is, you know? And that's really kind of the big, like, eye-opener, right? What do I do in a situation where like, and again, this is very self-centered thinking, but like, what if it's my kids? You know? What if we're in a flood out zone or something bad happens and my fat ass is so far out of shape that I can't even save my own kids? I may have to rethink my streaming schedule too. Well, ain't that friggin' fascinating? But oh wait, it's an organized terror cell? Okay. Now you have my interest.
Ambush at an ICE facility in Texas. 4th of July. We now have more information. 11
Wait, we have two different instances?
The man involved in the ambush attack on the ICE facility on Monday was shot and killed. The individuals involved in the ambush attack on the ICE facility in Alabama have been arrested and charged. Suspects, I should say. Man. So I see Tom Homan's talking about it. He says, yes, these guys are ICE protesters. They're vandalizing things. And then I see another story where it says the ambush at ICE facility. I don't think it's the same thing.
There's a cargo bay up ahead. You can get back inside there.
No, it's not. I guarantee you, I'd almost put it to a degree of certainty. I'd put it to a degree of certainty that they're being funded by someone. That is possible, yes.
More people are starting to prepare violent, militarized assaults. You tell me I'm wrong. Okay, I'd like to be wrong. Here's the update from Fox.
Balls. This is the part I'm going to struggle at. We're going to be here for a minute.
They say 11 people face charges for a planned ambush at an ICE facility in El Dorado, where a group intended to kill ICE corrections officers from law enforcement. An El Dorado police officer was shot in the neck during the attack, but was expected to survive. It was an organized attack. The attack happened around 10:30 p.m. on July 4th at the Prairieland ICE Detention Center in El Dorado, 25 miles south of Fort Worth. Law enforcement officials said 10 to 12 people in black military-style clothing began shooting fireworks at the facility. One or two others from the group began to damage
Okay.
Maryland ICE Detention Center.
I need something.
10 to 12 individuals dressed in black military-style clothing began shooting fireworks and engaging in acts of vandalism at the facility. And this was part of an organized attack. Today, my office has charged 10 individuals in 3 counts of attempted murder of a federal officer. Each of the 10 are also charged with 3 counts of discharging a firearm in relation to a crime of violence. Each of these defendants faces a mandatory prison term of 10 years and up to life in prison. An additional conspirator was charged with obstruction of justice and conspiracy for attempting to conceal and destroy evidence in relation to the attack, and he faces up to 10 years in prison. Let's discuss the incident. It was a planned ambush with the intent to kill ICE corrections officers. Make no mistake, this was not a so-called peaceful protest. It was indeed an ambush.
Now, this is what they do. They will show to federal buildings with fireworks because they're trying to play this stupid game the media lets them play. The corporate press says, oh, it's a peaceful protest despite them lobbing explosives at buildings. I was in Berkeley some 8 years ago. Wow. It's still on, I took a show. So,
I know that score. He's one of Aramis's lieutenants, but he died on Europa.
His name was Praxis. You killed him. The witness has returned to us. As will return all elixirs slain by the machine spawn's hand.
Come on! Now, for the answer to the question, is it different for every class, or is it fucking universal? So I didn't even need to do that. This character, it applies to all characters.
I've
You
initiated
can
a
only clear it
station-wide
once.
security reboot. It should disable orbital defenses and clear an exit.
About a half dozen house salvation catches inbound.
Yep.
Get to your ship and get out of there.
What cipher is this?
What do you think? Take it easy.
Do you plan to meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu? He's going to be making the rounds. He's meeting with the Vice President today, Vice President Vance, as well as Speaker.
Benny.
I am an agent of the night.
Okay, all right. I guess the background behind you should have given that away to me. All right, so let's talk about Florida since you're home. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis vetoing a study on property tax brought by state senators on how local governments use tax revenues and what would happen if taxes were eliminated or reduced. The governor says the study was unnecessary and action should be taken instead of analyzed. Congressman, your reaction to that?
Hi. Take care of yourself, okay?
Checking. Acknowledged.
Compared to paying annual taxes after television from Best Buy, which I thought was interesting. Congressman, you recently introduced the Revitalizing Investment, Savings, and Entrepreneurship Act. It reduces risk on capital investments in American industries. What's the goal here, sir?
Yeah, we're lowering the rate from 24% down to 15%. Just think about as an entrepreneur or investor.
rhetoric is pulled back because that rhetoric is leading to, as you know, doxing against these agents and concerns about the safety of their families.
Well, Democrats have gone from defund the police to attack the police, and the rhetoric is obviously having significant impact on the lives of Border Patrol agents. Attacks up 700%. So yeah, toning down the rhetoric and the talk and comparing ICE agents to Nazis, which is absolutely ridiculous. Toning that down obviously would benefit our hardworking law enforcement agencies and ICE agents who are enforcing the law and doing the exact thing that the American people elected President Trump to do with criminals and terrorists and all these different individuals who are committing crimes in our country.
So it didn't matter. I was effectively playing as a character that I don't even really understand fully how to use. Because I haven't used it since friggin' Opulence, basically. In any serious way. And it basically got me nothing. Yep. I'm better off just sticking with the class that I know how to use, that I use regularly, and just speedrun the whole damn thing as quickly as possible, over and over and over again. Well, what I think needs to happen is the
I've routed you as
terrorists
straight a
that
path to the
assaulted
launch
the ice
platform as I
camp
could. I don't believe our enemies are aware
should
of what we're
face
attempting,
state
but you
charges
should
and
still
then
prepare
federal
for heavy
charges.
resistance.
Let's see. Let's think about that for a minute. Assault on a federal agent with a deadly weapon. You tack on RICO and you can bust all of them for conspiracy to commit such a crime. What else? What else can happen to these fucking idiots? Oh, they were just standing up for what they believe in. Yeah, no. They were stupid and they got fucking... Yeah. They got violent with a federal agent. I'm sorry, but no. Look, gun owners on the fucking right, for the most part, we've had our issues with feds, and actually, the opposite has fucking happened to us. One of ours broke laws, and guess what happened to him? Cut down the barrel on his fucking shotgun and his whole family ended up dead in front of him courtesy of the ATF. So, you know, go Google Ruby Ridge some fucking time. I can't think of any real time that a responsible gun owner
I've gained remote access
has
to the launch
actively
facility's
gone
subsystems,
after a
but
federal
someone
agency.
is already in
And by
here.
that I
Our
mean
salvation splicers are
any
hacking the
gun
launch
owner that,
mainframe.
you know,
need to
purports
find
to
a
be
splicer and
responsible.
liberate the security scanner protocol from them.
I'm
I
pretty
won't be able
sure
to secure the launch
if it
without
has happened, it was like one guy fucking a long ass time ago. It wasn't a coordinated group. Oh, but we bust right-wing organized militia groups all the time. Yeah. How many of those were actually right-wing militia groups, and not just people that you called right-wing militia groups? You ever wondered that?
That's a scanner protocol you've picked up. It should automatically detect which
Well, I'm
consoles have
obviously
been
not
tampered
going to
with
get
and
ready to
highlight
make
them.
this happen.
It'll also
so.
highlight other tampered devices, so keep an eye out. Now, get us access to those terminals, and I'll have Anna perform a
I'd
remote
have to
hack
get
from
two
here.
red snipers in a row.
System cleared. Launch codes accepted.
Two
Priming the
red
pods for
borders in
launch.
one run. After I've already gotten
Guardian,
the first
it's
initial
time.
red border you get from
Get
doing
in.
this. See, I knew it. I wasn't going to get it. Like, the best thing I can hope for right now is just to get my fifth SMG and just hang on to it.
I can't believe it. You're actually on Seraph Station. Feed looks good. Receiving you loud and clear.
You should be able to decompile your scanner protocol at that terminal by the door to gain access. You're on the far end of the station, so we have a lot of ground to cover. Let's get moving.
If I manage to pull a world record run.
Operator protocol should allow you to remotely access those red highlighted panels.
By shooting them with your gun. I'm not sure why they designed like that, and at this point, I'm almost afraid to ask.
Ah! Fuck. Yeah, so much for Deathless. That's not gonna happen. I don't think it really matters. I'm pretty sure you could run this thing flawlessly. And still have, you know... Yep. There it is. There's your weekly reset.
There are 13 seats that Donald Trump won, but that also are occupied by House Democrats. Every single one of them is going to have to answer for the fact that they're the largest city in America, often quotes Karl Marx and wants to seize the means of production for a productive society.
Well, shit. Now what?
New York is slated to lose 2 to 3 electoral seats in the 2030 census. That sounds like a far way off. That's only 5 years away. this mayor accelerates the economic plans that he wants, that could even lead to a larger departure of New York citizens to more red states. So that makes things much different for Democrats long term as well.
It just seems to me that there was a lot of fire and
This channel's so boring.
Democrats on the Wednesday after the election, like, oh, this is good now. 2 weeks later, just like
My content fucking sucks right now.
to something, and I think that concerns you if you're a Democrat or just a citizen of New York City, because I think we all know what his policies are. In fact, we don't have to guess his points. Mark Beckman, thank you for your time.
Thanks, Dad.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews.
This is killing my channel. I gotta do something. Oh, yeah, that's genius. Fucking genius over here. Can't even keep his gear in order. Not going to be able to take comments for a hot minute or two. Well, I guess that answers that question. So I can't see any of the comments. We're at just about 2 minutes into walking on the damn treadmill. I'm gonna have to look into a wireless camera. Something I can put over by the treadmill. Whew. I have to clean that fucking box fan too. Alright. I'm gonna go for 3 minutes on the mill. She got an incline. I'm gonna take a piss break. I'm trying to do some planks. If I can get the form right. Alright. Yeah. That's worthy of a piss break. Oh. Man, I'm out of shape. Holy shit. I hate it. I fucking hate it. Okay, let's see if I can do this right. Magnus, move your butt. You know what, I think I'd probably do better if I do this the same way that I do my, or try to do my push-ups in any way, shape, or form. Putting something on my feet. Something about it makes it less painful on the toes. So, dozens, you fuckers in the news can't even get that shit right. It's more than dozens. It's over 100. Anyway. Well, there's not really any way about it. It's fucking infuriating. Now for this next one, all you're probably going to see is my ass in the air. But yeah, you can tell by my profile I'm over 100 pounds over fucking weight. I look like a Thanksgiving turkey standing up. It's ridiculous. I gotta do something about it. Thankfully, with today being Destint 2's reset, that's exactly what we're going to fucking work on. I'm going to load up the timer. And I'm going to try. I won't be able to see your comments. So, for about a good 2 minutes. Alright, here we go. Out of the way. As I remember... Dude! Go lay down. Quickly, the guy said. Holy crap, this is intense. I'm only able to get 10 seconds. Oh, that fucking hurts. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do the other thing. Until I can get to where, you know, where I can be a little bit more sustainable. Holy crap on a cracker. That was like 10 seconds is all I could pull off. God, I'm so weak. What the hell's going on? I mean, I know what the hell's going on. It's not that I'm weak. It's I haven't had 100 extra flipping pounds. Alright. You know what? We're going to take a break from working out for about 2 minutes. 2 minutes. This is too short. My feet can't fit. So, what we're going to do is I want to use the paracord in my pocket because of reasons. So, what I'm actually going to do is manual adjustments. Balls. That's actually gonna hurt a little bit. Careful when you're doing this stuff with paracord. Here. So die on one end. Interesting idea. Except, don't work that way. Okay, well, that's alright. Alright. Oh, my fat. Dude, go lay down. It's hard enough to do without a dog trying to push me off. Jesus. Oh. One, two, three, four. Oh my man. Dude. Five. Six. Gotta get over 6. 7. Can we go for 10? Can we go for 10? Oh. Eight. 9. Oh. 10. That's. I'm in rough shape. I used to be able to do that as a kid, no problem. I sit here and do sit-ups like it was nothing. Nothing at all. Not even a problem in the world. I can't do push-ups because I'm too fucking fat. My stomach basically holds me up off the fucking ground. Alright. Doing planks is just out of the wheelhouse for now. But I will be transitioning to doing, I guess, the same workout routine every day until I can get it back down. And as soon as I get back to some sort of fighting shape today. Oh, man. Let's shrink my face again. Drop it. Treadmill's fixed.
Is that too much of a workout?
Well, I did about 3 minutes on the treadmill, 10 sit-ups, and I tried to do what's called a plank, and pretty sure my form was off, but even with my form being off, I couldn't even do it for like 10 seconds.
Plus, you have to side and squat. You have to do it every single day. Did you put the seat up?
No, it's been that way the whole time. I haven't even touched the bike.
The treadmill is okay to walk.
Yep.
Did you find
Yeah, it was a piece of dog food.
Oh, when did I told you I thought
It was stuck in between the belt and the roller. But a little bit of jiggle got it to break loose. Oh, that's nice. Let's... Sometimes these weekly things take like a few seconds for them to do, but where they have Ludapalooza and everything else, I would imagine...
Are you streaming?
Yes, I still am streaming. Could you hand me my phone off of that brown table, actually? And you didn't listen. Well, it's gonna hurt me more than it should at this point anyway. Mostly because of this little section right here. This is where all my muscle groups connect to my rib cage, and for whatever reason, all the weight gain made that like twice the friggin' size of what it should be. Actually, probably closer to 3 times. Because I haven't been taking care of myself by, you know, forcing myself to do some sort of abdominal exercise. They aren't done. Not yet. So, yeah, only by about 40 minutes. I have to wait a half an hour before I eat anyway, but... That's kind of, unless I want to just be wasting food, because I'm just going to throw it right back up. You know. Never mind the fact that I'm not actually that hungry right now. That fan in front of the air conditioner, I'm going to have to take a day to tear it down and clean it. Because it's got dust caked on the fan blade so bad that... Well, it's no wonder my allergies have been acting up, we'll put it that way. Well, I can't do Destiny 2 right now because of that. I don't really want to set my Nintendo Switch 2 back up. So, I think what I'll do is take a look at what other games I've got rolling. Check Idle Slayer real quick. Stream the most boring game known to man. Hey, look at that. we have the extra $40 this week, we'll be buying the, I'd like to get my hands on the plate weights. Because we have a modular, weightlifting bench. Maybe. Well, I mean, I'm not really getting much in line of souls out of this, that's for sure, but... Yeah, I might have to ascend. Oh. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Stupid. Ah, dummy. Perfect. Now, if I can do this right... Yeah, that was a fat if. Jinxed myself. Oh, let's see. Can't buy any more upgrades. Not yet. At least not from there, anyway. Okay. Okay. Tag me. Yeah, I don't even have the stuff to make it. Yep. Alright. Now for the real gambling, right? Well, whenever you gamble, sometimes you lose. I've only 100%ed this like twice. So, I'm only putting one in that. Alright, one more bonus stage and we're going to check Destiny 2 and all the new stuff. It looks like there's an update on the first Ascendant. I haven't been on that in a hot minute either. That last course that I did, that last part with the weird dip in the block above your head, there's a secret up on top of that that I've already gotten. I'd say that run was depressing, but I don't even think I need to. Oh, this sucks. Oh man, that's all I can do. Might have to get up and do another set of 10 sit-ups. More boxes and I'm out. That's the end of that. Well, that's okay. I got really close that time, though. Alright, let's open some birthday presents here. We'll see what happens. Dragon eggs. Now, I think I'm gonna be saving up my my stuff. No, good enough. Alright. Check Destiny 2 again. We'll see what's going on here. If not... I'll go grab a light lunch and some grapes, maybe some sliced cheese or something, I don't know. You know, like the real stuff, like some pepper jack. None of that processed garbage. I saved that for cooking, and I'm probably going to be cooking tonight. Ah, perfect. Here we go. Good. There goes my Sarah. Oh. What? Okay. They didn't change it? Hey, I ain't griping. No, sir, not me.
Everything is in place. I've routed you as straight a path to the launch platform as I could. I don't believe our enemies are aware of what we're attempting, but you should still prepare for heavy resistance.
Excuse me. Oh, you dingus. Okay. It's alright. I'm just gonna run through this as quickly as I can because I have probably about 40 minutes before they decide to reset everything. They probably have less than that. It's probably closer to 10.
I've gained remote access to the launch facility's subsystems, but someone is already in here. House Salvation splicers are hacking the launch mainframe. You need to find a splicer and liberate the security scanner protocol from them. I won't be able to secure the launch without it.
To pull a Burt Reynolds, Jerry Reed through this as quickly as possible.
you've picked up. It should automatically detect which consoles have been tampered with and highlight them. It'll also highlight other tampered devices, so keep an eye out. Now, to those terminals, and I'll have Anna perform a remote hack from here.
We go here.
System cleared. Launch codes accepted. Priming the pods for launch.
Come on.
Guardian, it's time. Get in.
I can't believe it. You're actually on Seraph Station. Feed looks good. Receiving you loud and clear.
You should be able to decompile your scanner protocol at that terminal by the door to gain access. You're on the far end of the station, so we have a lot of ground to cover. Let's get moving. Scanner protocol is offline. Keep an eye out for splicers who have new scanner protocol codes.
Sup? Didn't see you there. Come on, respawn, you stupid bastard. I can't do that apparently. Right, left.
The operator protocol should allow you to remotely access those red highlighted panels by shooting them with your gun.
I'm not sure why they're designed like that, and at this point, I'm almost afraid to ask.
That's it. One death at a time. I intend to get this done before they reset me. This is my last potential run on this particular one before the Edge of Fate drops, which doesn't really mean much considering the odds of me doing what I do. Yeah, it's the reset today. I was hoping that would take them all out, but... No, Edge of Fate doesn't drop today, I don't think. I think that's next week. But, I mean, hell, I could be wrong about that. I could be reset at 1 o'clock and then come back to a completely different game, you know? I'm just trying to rush this that way and at least get a chance of getting one of the Red Order weapons before we get, you know, reset. movements where I get 2 friggin' red bordered sniper rifles in the same jump. It's not gonna happen. It's a fool's dream, but you can hope, right?
We've hit a dead end. I can't bypass security, but I think I have an idea. Play along. You need to surrender to House Salvation. One of Aramis's captains has put an order to bring you in alive so that he can present you to her as a trophy. Make some noise to draw their attention. It'll help sell the bluff.
Excuse me?
She's here? Of course. That must be how Zivu Urath plans on co-opting the Warsat
I should
network.
really reload, huh?
The Hive can't do it on their own, so the Witness sends Aramis and her splicers in to assist.
That's gonna be ass. Oh, they nerfed the range on pellet-fed shotguns. I don't think so. That's fine. Oh, it's the shot. least I know I have about 20 minutes before I get completely screwed out of my last chance. I know for a fact I'm not going to get what I want. Like, definitely a fool's errand, but I can hope, right?
They fell for that. Transmat access
Everything's
acquired.
fine.
Weapons incoming. Neutralize the crew
It's
and
fine.
get to the front of the catch.
Everything's fine. Not on fire or nothing. Oh, I don't really have a special gun, but I am trying to unlock the Ikelos weapons for craftability. Which I know they didn't say they were going to take that away from us, but, you know. Special guns, probably the best one that I got is the Ikelos shotgun or the sleeper thing. Load me in. A little quicker next time, please. Well, that didn't go as planned, but that's okay.
You're going to need to jump carefully to get back down to the station.
I guess I'm misunderstanding your question here. Are you asking special is in my secondary weapon slot, or, oh, come on, jet boots, or weapon that I actually enjoy using? Because to be honest with you, out of the ones that I have, none of them fit that bill. I'd rather be using the Gallahorn than the friggin' sleeper. The problem is for this particular activity, the Gallahorn is useful, but the sleeper just seems to work a little bit better. Shoot. Oh, that would be the Ikelos shotgun.
up ahead. You can get back inside there.
Come on, you know you want to teleport over here. There we go. Just like... I guess there's one more that decided to... Ah, that grenade missed. Yeah, I was trying for a lucky shot. See if I can do this. No, order wrong. Huh. Okay. There we go. You don't have to do that. At this point, it's just kind of a good luck ritual. It serves next to no purpose. messed around with the drones. Character. I don't have a lot of time. Oh, really? Jackass.
I know that Scorch. He's one of Aramis's lieutenants, but he died on Europa.
His name was Praxis. You killed him. The witness has returned to us. As it will return all the entities slain by the machine Spawn's hand.
House Salvation has more ships inbound.
Not much, Anya design. Just making a run for the, hopefully. No.
Virus uploading. We're done here. For now.
Oh, well.
I've
Yeah, I
initiated
can see
a
your
station-wide
chats.
security reboot. It should disable orbital defenses and clear an exit.
About a half dozen House Salvation catches inbound. Get to your ship and get out of there.
Yeah. Well, time to run into the bug zapper, I guess. I didn't get what I wanted. Huh. Not like it matters, there's not really anything in here. Yeah, it's one of them. Not the only one, though. I got a few others. Tears of the Kingdom's pretty good, too. I would have said Pokemon Scarlet or Violet, but, well, you know. I can guarantee you that they've probably reset it by now. Yup. And that... It's back to Overd Avalon. Let's go talk to this person. Oh, that sucks. I would have settled for just one Red Border Sniper this week. I didn't get a single one. Now I have to wait for the seasonal reset. And then I gotta grind the new loot pass, whatever that looks like. I am really not looking forward to that. I hope it's got more deep side harmonizers on it than what we get now, because what we get now is a pittance and a joke. Hate it. Okay, so as I remember, they said there were some pretty interesting changes coming to some activities this week.
I see your fighting spirit.
Oh, thanks.
Such a fleeting thing.
So you want us to complete all... Okay. I'm gonna be real. There is not really a lot for me to do here.
We have business more pressing than this.
Oh, there's one more little cutscene before I run into that. Give me the golf ball. I think... Oh yeah. I forgot I didn't need it for this character, actually. Best to grab that stuff before things get too funky. Oh yeah. Oh. 2 more of them and I'll have that pulse rifle set up. I probably have some pretty good rolls on it as it is, but Elden Ring's okay. I mean, it's a little slower than what I'm used to. A lot of people argue with me on that, saying, but the combat's faster. I'm like, yeah, what do you do between the combat? fast travel or walk.
Your mind is finally open. Calibrated.
But it's okay. No, I don't actually have a problem with Elden Ring.
Cracked. The shell hardens, smothered, fossilized. I need autonomy.
Ooh, someone's having
Our message reaches out, yet is swept by unseen currents. We will call out once more. Until then, make known your value, so divided gods may wield you in time.
No, there's not really much impressive about my gameplay. That's pretty normal Destiny 2 stuff. Soloing exotic missions are almost a requirement in this game at this point. If you want a specific weapon, you better be ready to do it. That or you have to have some really good friends. Which I do, but they've got lives. I'm not going to bother my friends with something that simple. Oh boy. Got a ton of bounties. I got a full day to do them. This thing is ugly as shit. And that's barely worth the effort. That one I'm gonna... Well, alright, so... I've done Prophecy by myself. It's a pain in the ass, but I've done it. Spire of the Watcher, theoretically I could do by myself, but... You're talking about a psychotic level of gameplay that I'm not traditionally used to. Ghosts of the Deep, I would argue, is nearly impossible to solo unless you know certain things that I just don't know. Yeah, exactly. They've got lives. I do too, and typically speaking, I'm not streaming this late. I'm usually off at noon, but I figured because of reset and everything else, I'd stick around a little bit longer, and I guess it was a kind of a good thing that I did. I got a disparity out of it, which I'm kind of shrugging, saying, like, I give a shit, I hate pulse rifles. I'm only using Relentless because it helped with that particular mission set. I'd rather go with Scouts. As to Anya design, I do, and actually if you zip over to my YouTube, which should have the same name as my, I think it's, no, it's not. Crap. Give me a second and I'll grab you that handle real quick. That is assuming my... there we go. And Twitter's doing the thing again. Here. Don't be afraid to follow me on Twitter. Okay, well, it's being stupid. Oh, actually, it is the same as my kick, son of a gun. My Twitter's the same as my kick. One of these days, I'll even everything out and get it all situated properly. I don't use Instagram, sorry. IG and I don't get along well. The only reason I maintain a Facebook is for family. I can't stand Zuck. Got a little nickname for him floating around the house, Zuck the Cuck. I never cared for him. You know, even right now, where he's playing conservative, it's all just performative. It's because of who's in charge of at the White House right now. That's all that it is. It's just about the time someone else gets in, he'll pull a chameleon again. I don't like him. I don't like him, and because of it, I won't use his products. Except for, like I said, Facebook, because, look, you know, when you have family members that are in their 50s and 60s, it's about all they know how to use, and expecting them to use anything different, it's just a reach too far, I guess. Which is fine, but, you know, actually, it's kind of annoying, to be honest, but I do have family members that I do love and respect, so, yeah, no, my Twitter handle is the same. Alright, so according to you, we'll go check that out. Sure, I'll give you a follow back. But just as a heads up, I don't do orders for designs or anything. Everything we do is handled in-house. It's more organic that way. It might not look the greatest. In fact, it all looks like crap, but me and my wife handle everything. But yeah, Black, the reason I say my friends have lives and I don't is because I used to have a life. And then my job ripped it all away from me, so now I'm doing this. Not this particular armor set, I don't think so. Oh yeah, I forgot to check that. There was a date I was looking at. Season pass. Yeah, you have until next week, and then they're going to be instituting Edge of Fate, which I've seen a lot of stuff about it. But if I'm being honest, when it comes to Destiny 2, there's a certain reality about Destiny 2. You could see previews all day, but until you actually get your hands in there and, you know, really dig in, you're really just kind of shooting from the hip. My favorite hand cannon. It is Prophecy. It is possibly Solo Prophecy. I have done it before. The question is getting the fancy version of this gun really worth the work? And also, what kind of work are we talking about here? Is it work I'm going to have to do by myself? Did I just see... I must have been hallucinating. I mean, hey, if they're including what I thought I just saw, yes, he is online. I'll pester him about it after I'm done. I must be losing my friggin' mind. No, I'm not losing my mind. I just missaw something. Okay. I was about to question things. Yeah, I must have seen something else. Holy crap. I was about to drop a brick. I thought I saw World of Warcraft Classics icons in the Xbox store. I mean, given that Blizzard is basically owned by Microsoft now, it wouldn't surprise me, but still. I mean, it would infuse a lot of new players back into the game, for sure. The question is, and it's more of an Asmongold question than anything else, is the game worth infusing more players back into? And that's definitely a question that a lot of people would have to contemplate at a higher level than what I'm offering, but they're not your standard NPC for sure, but I don't really have... I'll put it to you this way, I can reason well enough to put warheads on foreheads or whatever the hell you want to use for terminology, but when it comes to statistics and doing all this other BS, I'm really more of a just point and shoot kind of guy. I don't like doing... Like, I don't mind doing character builds. What I hate is when I have to do a character build every 5 minutes, or swap a build every 2, because someone decides to tell me that I have to, and I just sit there like, dude, shove a thumb up your butt and go sing Yankee Doodle in a fucking corner.
What cipher is this?
Actually, the update that I really want them to do. Let's do a quick vendor check. Oh, okay. I mean, I'll hold on to them, for sure. I want them to put the Ikelos weapons back in here. And the potential for red borders needs to come back to. What have we got? Fusion rifle, void. Impact's good, charge time's meh. Successful warm-up and stats for all. Okay, maybe. Nezrak's Whisper, the Glaive. Okay, that's a maybe just because of the craftability. Threaded Needle, meh. Unless you're looking for a void something or other. If this had homing, I'd say go for it. I wish this was craftable. Hollow Denial. If we didn't have to fight with these friggin' things to make craftables, I'd say go for it. But once again, my style gets cramped because of deep side harmonizers.
I'll be pulling for you. I remember.
Okay, well, let's check Eververse. Sometimes I get lucky and she has some good bright dust stuff for
Take
me.
a look. It's easy math, Guardian. We got the silver.
Oh, that's ass
Eververse
ugly,
has
but it's
the
a
goods.
shader, so I'll grab it anyway. I already got all that. Set up the drum roll. Okay, you got me. Yes, I want the Thomas Massey friggin' emote. Mr. Nope. Oh, I will make fun of him for that until he's dead. Wait, does he have a doctorate degree? I'll look that up later, because if he does, then we can call him Dr. No. And anyone who doesn't get that friggin' joke, go learn some film history and buy the James Bond movies for crying out loud.
You gonna hang out with your clan today?
Live. Ooh! Another golf ball. I like you golf balls. My wife would have to get on and we'd have to play a buttload of this game.
Take care of yourself, okay?
So, oh, he's not even here, stupid. Gotta go check Ada, see if she's got any new shaders. If not, I'm heading out. Probably off a D2 for a little bit. My hands are starting to get sore. And I'm a little hungry, so... And I've got like 2 hours before I have to go pick somebody up. Actually... What I need to do is I need to start cooking the stuff for
Welcome
dinner.
back.
I've already got them. And these are the retrogrades. They're not bad. I mean, stat-wise, they're garbage, but, like, design-wise, they're not bad. But here's the problem. Even though I don't see them on here, it doesn't matter.
The armory will not fade as long as I have anything to say about it.
Because you don't even need them to unlock this stuff in the first place. So, not only do I not really care for how they look, you don't actually have to own the armor to unlock it to begin with. Best Titan mark ever because it doesn't have the stupid dangly bits.
You get synthweave, I get research data. It's, how would you say it? A win-win.
For a while there, this was the one that I was running when I had the actual armor itself. I kind of like the way this one looks better, though.
The pyramid's approach fills me with dread. Despite being surrounded by guardians, I can't imagine what the armory founders felt like during the collapse.
There. There's my change to the customizability of my character's armor. Yeah. I think it looks a little better because of the bullets, but that's just personal preference. So, yeah. You know what? I haven't been to the other side of this map in a hot minute. Let's go see if there's anything fun over there. I should also check out Shaxx. Little Shaxy Poe. And Captain Blue Balls and see what they got. Oh, you never do freaking Crucible. I don't know why I'm wasting my time on this.
Guardian. Will you answer?
Okay, that might actually be something. Oh, you have to finish your placement. Well, I think of a weapon I'm not getting today. Really not a fan of that Crucible.
Waste it.
I am at your service.
Nothing new here. Although if I did go run this, I could get to reset and get another golf ball. I have no idea if the golf balls are even worth it. Going to be worth it in the next season. Out my rank in Crucible, I'd have to play
I should head into the city when I'm done
today, tomorrow,
something to eat.
Friday.
The infinite forest is not as infinite as they say. It has its limits.
Really? That's actually not that bad. Oh, if only that said bosses in there. That's the one that's interesting. This combo right here Alright, well maybe not this particular combo, but this perk right here is why I wanted my craftability on my sniper.
Go in peace. Find a moment to quiet your thoughts. Our light is
I already
meant
have
to
it on the one that I
protect
have.
those we care for.
But
I believe
I
this
can't get the
with all
enhanced
my
version
heart.
of it. And I want these 2 perks on my sniper enhanced. The problem is because this is an older gun. And it's not the craftable version of it. I can't put any of the stuff I want to put on it. Mostly that. But I know people would probably say, well, what about your stability? I'm sitting here like, yeah. Reducing the aim, the zoom on this gun is kind of a priority. So, and also if you have it craftable, these first 2 ones you can change and enhance the stability on it to a stupid degree too. But effectively, if done correctly, you've got 30 to 40 rounds of sniper ammo, and if you're drawing down on a raid boss or something, and you have, you know, damage phase, like you have an open crit point or something, you can just lay into him endlessly, or until you run out of ammo anyway. It's a good non-legendary, or sorry, it's a good non-exotic that pairs well with stuff like running the double sniper combo, because you have mulligan and box breathing on this one, or whispered breathing, my bad. On this one you theoretically could do the other one, but with Focus Fury and 4th times, you're basically endlessly laying in with improved damage. And then you can bounce off to Whisper the Worm and keep the same damage pattern going. It's just constant landing crits. So, you know what? I might actually go to Enclave real quick. Because as I remember, there's a thing. There's a snake in my boot! Just gonna do some boring social stuff real quick before I sign out for the day. I do appreciate everyone's attendance. I really do. You both have been awesome guests, and I hope to see you again. At some point. I love having commenters and chatters, even if you're, you know, shoving a razor-laced baseball bat up my butt in the comments section. I'd rather have that than no chat at all. I really would. Let's see. Appreciate. Oh, it's equipped. Stupid. Okay. This requires the intrinsics. Oh, ain't that a kick in the nuts? Okay. Alright. Yep, so you have to... Oh, yes. So if you want steady rounds, you better be ready to go get those intrinsics. Oh, that sucks a nut. Well, You know what? Call me crazy. I kind of like it the way that it is. You, on the other hand, maybe. Uh-huh. So the one that gives me 10 stability I can't use. Gotcha. So you're gonna lose range if I upgrade that. That's lame. That is not lame. Okay, let's just take a chill pill here. Read through the perks, make sure they do what I need them to do. Oh, my foot. Rampage is good, but... trying to think about this gun a little bit. That's a precision damage. Well, I mean, we are kind of talking about a close range weapon. Alright, hang on. What can I get rid of? No. Also no. Yeah. You bitch. Okay, open character. Well, at least I saved all of these. How much of it did I need? Oh yeah, we're good. In my opinion, that's the best role you're probably going to get. But again, that's just my opinion. There's not much else to say on that matter. Oh yeah, I used to. It was like the third time I've ran out this season. I'm not against bows, but yeah. I have the resources to craft a basic version of this. Sure thing. Pop open my kick real quick. Oh, nope, that's not kick, that's a rumble. No, I don't want to mute him. Bingo. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's a high stability pulse rifle. That's not a bad thing to have. Let's see. You know what? Here, let's just... I did the thing, didn't I? I absolutely did the thing. You know what? No, I'm keeping that. Nostalgia bait. Oh, that's the one with rewind rounds too. Uh-huh. Well, never much cared for these. So we'll take some time to clean out a little bit. Okay. Oh yeah, my special weapon. I haven't infused anything into it just so I can hold on to it and show people that I have a weapon that dropped with 0. Not that it matters, I just thought it was funny as hell. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I kept this one because it had hatchling on it. Yeah. We're gonna clean a little bit of shop here. I'm gonna keep that one. Lasting and okay, it's got overflow, so fine. You win. I'm keeping it. Probably not the smartest decision, but okay. Now, don't like that scout rifle. I like that scout rifle, but I also like that one. And these two, that one's, yeah. I don't even know where to get that one. Oh, someday. My precious. I have got to do something about this crafting bench not having these recipes. Yeah. Does one of these have, like, cluster munitions? And homing, or am I just wishing on nothing? This is the one that I was just looking at. No. I don't have it. Swords. What have we got here? Okay, that irritates me a little bit. Yeah, they should. They really should. Alright, well... Oh yeah, I was gonna make that special pulse rifle. Yeah, give me more bullets. Why not? Not necessarily matters that much, but here we go. Well, it does matter, but it'll matter more when I actually get back here in probably like a day or two after I get it leveled up. Hey, at least they didn't make this one craftable. What do we got? Yeah, it's Soros. I've got to figure out how to unlock these. pink! Thank God it's not pink and brown. Actually, kind of like that one better. I like that one, but it sticks out like a sore thumb. The blue pew pew. Yeah. Okay. I gotta check some stats real quick. And I do mean real quick. Okay. Let's see. Well, I've run all of Seraph's Shield that I want to see for a while. That's death. I think I'll have a friend help me with that. I'll pass on doing that one too. I hated that mission. Still do. You know, these are a lot of exotic missions that are taking up mission space. There's 9 of them. And this one I have no excuse for not having done. These are all catalyst missions I've been fluffing off on. That's my newest one, but... Okay. So there's like 5 here that I'm not going to mess with. This has something to do with one of the raids. But in reality, absolutely no excuse not to have those done. Really. Just me being lazy. Yep. Just me being a lazy turd. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do then. On the screen. We're going to go back there. And I'm going to make 2 screenshots, because I'm lazy, of those missions. Is there anything... I've still got to do those for what's their nuts. That I don't have crystal green armor anymore. I'll have to make some or get some somehow. Most of these are just stuff that I've just friggin' neglected to shit. Yeah, Garden of Salvation, Vault of Glass, that's my fault. Duality. I mean, hell, how many times have I had my friends on here and just not done it? Sundered Doctrine. One second, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, good news and bad news. Good news. The wife is done. I have to go pick her up. Bad news, it means the stream's over because I'm not going to leave you poor guys here to listen to my dog bark. So, what I will do is I will talk to her to see if she feels up to streaming with me tonight. Or, what's tomorrow? Wednesday? She has Thursday off. I really would like to get her on stream with me, so I think what me and her will do is we'll discuss getting on here on Thursday. But we'll see what happens. I do the usual thing, but you guys have been awesome, and I really do appreciate the company, and don't be afraid to show back up sometime.